Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's make sure we've got everything going here. Okay, artistic first. Congratulations, well done. Kai, good to have you in here. So, can you hear me? Let me know. Today, eclectic is the key word. I want to do all sorts of stuff. I want to try things. I want to do some sculpting. That's what I would like to do. Travis, welcome. All right, so this was last week's warm up. Ren, hello. Julia K, good to have you. Oh, is their echo? I don't know why. Is it echo with the music or with my voice? Why would there be echo? Oh, artistic. Come on. Stress me out. Ren. Yeah, of course. Yeah, question. That's what the chat's for. Akuma13. Good to have you. All right. Yeah, so I want to do a bit of sculpting today, maybe. Like in Blender. I want to do some painting. I want to do some more of this sort of like very simplified shapey kind of stuff. Just that dude 6,000. Yeah, day's been good. Got up early, which is not been the usual as of late. But yeah, got up early, which was good. Went to the gym, which is even better. And I'm bloody energized. So I'm ready to roll. Travis, good to hear. Good to hear it. No, I'm glad. Just that dude. Thank you as well. All right, so let's crack open. So I've come prepared. Got some Pinterest open. Get some more reference. I want to play around with lighting more. So let's just get cracking. Let's just go straight into it. I had a few here that I really liked. Whether we even do this kind of lighting stuff, I don't know. But just to have it in the background, like I like this. Mike Redmond, appreciate you. I love this one. This is by... Oh, who's this by? I know... Oh, who is it? Her book is Ellis. I think Ellis. Let's... Who is this? Are you going to show me who the freaking... Aveline, that's it. Aveline. So thank you, Aveline, for your contribution to my... And I think this is Aveline's work as well. I really like that sort of backlit, even this one here. So I think this is GoGap or GopGap. Just gives it some real atmosphere, you know, just something really cool about it. Even here, like, how do we like show it? Like, I love this. Who is this? Please just have it. Okay, multiple owners. Let's go. Let's go on a little rabbit hunt. Oh, let's go full screen as well. Giatti. Very nice stuff. So I like this. Window, bounce light, all that fun stuff. So even this. Natalie Murrow. Art by Geeky Corn. Welcome. Daniel. Welcome, my friend. So we're just great for those that are just popping in. We're just getting some reference, and then I might go into my not that one. Figure. Where's figure study? Here we go. I quite like that, just from a composition standpoint. Dylan Jett. I've been getting way into like skating recently. Not actually skating, but just listening to Tony Hawk's podcast. It's fucking sick. Because I used to skate. Long ago. Long time ago. But then I broke my arm. And that was game over. And it was my drawing arm, so... no, I didn't see that. You didn't see that. I didn't see that. No one saw anything. John Ford, welcome. Kalangui. Keep at it. I'm flattered as well. I like this. This is cool. That seems like a cool one to play around with. I don't know. I just want to start laying some shapes down. I like this. There's something about the lighting here that looks cool. So this is I've got no clue with this stream, to be honest. Like with most of them, we're just gonna go. Just gonna go and then see how it all pans out. I want to get some interesting. I've done this guy in the past, but I wouldn't mind giving him another shot. I don't know. We'll see. All right, let's just go. So I'm using last week's warm up file. I don't mind this though. This is cool. So we got our style reference. I really want to keep it real, like what I did last week here, this kind of thing. And then maybe play around with the lighting. I don't know. Let's get going. So this is a, what you call it? A point to everyone if you're working on something, or if you're not, crack it open, whatever it is, and yeah, settle in. Nadia, good to have you. Tana, welcome. Ozay, welcome. Kai, good to have you. Tana, no, not this one. I wanted to give the Spider-Man one a break. I've worked on it a little bit on my own, but I'm sort of taking my time with that one. So there's some really cool shapes here. Well, there's some like, what's the word? There's some stuff that's not super clear in here, but let's just play. Let's just throw some shapes down. I'm going to give myself a challenge of no line just for this one. I'm going to stay zoomed out as well. I'm doing a bit of a rearranging. Ren, the best way to act is practice color. For me, it's such a it's a very broad color on what? What are you coloring? I mean, the first port of call really, for me, is values and understanding how light works. Because without that, the color kind of doesn't matter. At least for me. At least this is only what I've found. Without understanding values and color and understanding light, it's sort of like, I don't know, stuff doesn't make as much sense as it could do if I had understanding, if that makes any sense at all. Let's play with the silhouette here. So I'm using my filthy plugin, shout out, shameless self-plug. Self-promotion, whatever you want to call it. That hand is... So it almost is going to look pretty abstract to begin with. Wouldn't mind making him like, I don't know, like really pushing, well not pushing it too far, but just playing with the shapes, you know, not being too constrained. With stuff. Want to get loosey-goosey. It is a warm-up after all. Got to turn the warm-up. There we are. Now it feels better. Claherins, good to have you. Ozay. Ah, awesome. Hi, hello. Daniel. Daniel, what guy? What guy are you talking about? I don't know if you tried to put a link in chat. Unfortunately, I haven't figured it out. Mind you, I haven't tried to figure out how to allow people to add links in chat. I'm not sure you can actually. Warm versus cool colors and knowing when to use them is kind of hard to explain. Yeah, well, with understanding light, it's almost like, yeah, understanding the rules. Well, not really the rules of like the physics of light. And then you can break them. So the reason in reality, like why there'd be warm and cool, it's not always the case. A situation where there would be warm and cool is like sunset. Whether there's warm light from the sun, but where's that cool light coming from? I hear that all the time. It's like, well, I used to hear that a bunch, where it's like, yeah, warm and cool. If the light is warm, the shadows should be cool. As soon as I now hear something like anything say should be, I'm like, yeah, okay. Why? Why is that? Because even in the shadows, there's light. I mean, if you can see stuff in the shadows, there is light hitting those objects. Jeremy Vickery of Light Ponderings. Yes. Yep. Highly recommend. Light Ponderings is a great YouTube channel. 100%. Alright, so I'm just trying to get like an interesting kind of silhouette. Push it a little bit. Whoa, that's annoying. Fuck. Every single time. Without fail. Let's do the old... Okay. So we've lost some of our shapes here, but that's alright. We can get them back. Let's go. Bam. Bam. I like this bowl cut that this guy's got. Akuma 13. The addiction of finding too many references. Well, it's a point of discipline at that point, right? It's set yourself a timer. Because if you're saying every day you're finding too many references, after a week, you'd have a shit ton of references to go off of. So at that point, it's like, okay, now it's just procrastination. I've been there. I oftentimes go there, but just sometimes I just play the old what do you call it? Give myself 5 minutes, get references, and go. Yeah, Akuma, there's nothing wrong with saving them. Save them into a spot that you know that you can come back later, if you know what I mean. Tando, awesome, that's cool. Yeah, I saw that on her Instagram. That's exciting. Ah, Kai, very cool. Yeah. Yeah. Take your references to go, yeah. But also, like for example, I kind of came into this warm-up session with a kind of loose goal to do more shapely stuff, more shape-focused things. And that can help narrow down the references that you get all together, right? Alright, this is feeling a little bit too tame for my liking. So what can we do? Let's do some surgery. Let's maybe thin him out a little bit, because he's looking a little bit too same with the the reference, if you know what I mean. But then we've got to mess around with the proportions, so give it a little flip. Clarence, tips for practicing environments. I recommend doing stuff like this, but for environments. If you go up back past a few of my other streams in the warm-ups, I'll do stuff like this, but for environments. So really just blocking out shapes. Derlin, good to have you. Yeah, Frank. Nah, it's good fun playing around with that. I think we can even do this and like kick this out. But then his balance is off. So then we can come here and go. I don't know, guys. This is a weird one. I appreciate it, Kai. Roger that, Daniel. Although I have a love-hate relationship with the old coffee. Okay. What do you reckon? He's looking too tame. Too tame. Maybe we can do some cool stuff with the old, with his little, whatever these are called, his wrappy things. It's a good exercise though in, what's the word? Drapery. Kalangui, tips on stylizing portraits and the figure. Get style reference. Like I've got here. Alright, look at other artists, see how they do it, see how they solve problems. How they simplify things, you know. And then you can start to pick and choose and take things that you like. Things that you don't like and throw that away and then mix and match, and then it does the 1-2 punch, which it helps you develop your own style and your own taste, and it gives you the opportunity to experiment and try different things. Like I might want to do the eyes like Avalon does here for this character, and I want to do the simplicity in the clothes like GoGap did here. And I might want to do the lighting that this image does, you know. So it's like, so we can just mix and match. Benjamin, cool name. Now I'm going to give the Spider-Man one a rest today. I think I might. I've got to. I'm finding more and more that I think I've got to give myself some. Like give it a break and then give myself some time to work on it myself, like with a few things. Maybe as I go, like continue on with the streams, I'll sort of weave in and out at different stages of certain pieces. But I just want to get back to just doing stuff just with me. Taking my time, zoning out, getting into flow. That's the biggest thing for me. If I can get into flow, it's a successful day. And it's the best thing in the world. If I can just zone out. But I would like to get that finished fairly soon. Zay, the most essential part about coloring environments. Stuff aside from coloring would also be welcome advice of values. You're going to get sick of me saying that. But without the values, none of it makes sense. Unless you're doing abstract work, you know. If you're trying to do representational stuff, if you're trying to make a building look like a building, an eye look like an eye, an ocean look like an ocean, a rock look like a rock, values are bloody everything. He does look like he's got a piece of delivery driver's helmet. See if we can change that. Cooper Adams. I know summer is the perfect time for drawing, but I just can't really get into it. Can you recommend any fun ways to start? Do a study ink blocks? Watch a movie that you're really into. Because for me, sometimes watching a movie, I'm like, oh yeah, I feel like drawing now. Can watch a movie, a TV show that you're really into just to get you into the zone. And get into the habit of not relying on external environments to get you in the mood. That would be my best sort of bit of advice. Because then you're just at the whim of something you can't control. So it's like, that kind of sucks. All right. I think I can really push these shapes a lot more. I'm going to do it as I go. Let's see if we can add some values using the multiply layer. All right, I kind of want a similar lighting as this girl here. So top down, what does that mean? That means that this is going to be in a bit of shadow. Why is this so... Yeah, this proportion's all off. But we will fix it. So I'm not going to copy the lighting necessarily from this one. All right, let's have a look at this face, because sometimes I like to add the face in to get the get the feeling of the character. So let's have a look at some of our style reference. So very simplified shapes, simplified eyes, simplified but with some form. I'm feeling more that kind of thing. Whoa. Actually, you know what? I said that I'm not going to do line. I'm going to do line. Just for the face. Because I want to. And it's my stream. So... IMMS. Look, honestly, again, looking at other artists, that's what I do. Color theory and that kind of stuff, I'm not super... Let's make him like really, like, maybe like joyous. Like, not color theory, color palettes and that kind of stuff. I haven't gotten too much into that really. So I'd look at other artists and see what decisions they've made. And it could be a combination of things. It could be the lighting that they've got influences their color choices. It could be the materials. All right, so it could be both the lighting and the environment as well. So that's something to consider. See, I don't know what I'm doing with his face right now, just playing around. Imagine his ears like here somewhere. What's my take on accepting commissions? Is that something you would be open up in the future? Do you have any interest in it at all? Probably, I just don't have any time for commissions, to be perfectly honest, Daniel. And I haven't had much experience with it, to be perfectly honest with you. Not closed off to it, but at the moment I've got no time. I've had to turn down some opportunities for sort of workshops and that kind of stuff, just because I'm flat out at the moment. Which is a good problem to have, because I'm working on the course, like my course at the moment, working on the sculpts, getting them prepared for production, because that's really something I want to focus on. I can't wait to start playing with that. That's going to be so much fun. And then doing content around that as well. It's going to be sick. Cannot wait. And then YouTube. I want to really start cranking YouTube. And that just takes time. So that would be his head. See, I like to do this as well with the hair. I know with the head. Imagine the skull underneath. What's actually happening? So then I can put whatever hairstyle I want. Then maybe I do an indication of some of this drapery. Kai, you got all the ideas. I was lining about the lines, hey? All the puns. It's weird. I feel comfortable with line, but I'll change so much with shape. Like they work together. So his hand's going to be up like that. This hand's going up this way. So you got like the straight there. I think this hand could be out further. This one could be backwards a little bit more. Get a bit of perspective on them feet. So that's the knee. That'll be coming there. Bada bing, bada boom. Benjamin, what's the topic for my next YouTube video? Good question. No clue. I want to get to a better cadence of them, so releasing them maybe once every few weeks. But yeah, I'm really not sure. I want to incorporate some sculpting into it, but what that looks like, I'm not entirely sure. I've been toying around with the idea of like for each illustration that I post to Instagram, I could do a YouTube video for that illustration itself. I'm not sure. Or like the ones that I feel like would be video worthy. If that makes sense. But yeah, I don't know. Marisa, how dare you be late? No, welcome, Marisa. Whatever it is, I better be sponsored by Squarespace and HelloFresh in the one video. To be perfectly, yeah, sponsorships would be cool. I want to be sponsored by me. I want to make cool shit and promote that. You know, like the cool thing is once I start doing the sculpting and manufacturing them, and well, not even, they're going to be done by me. So I'm going to like hand sculpt them and then come out with different releases and resin cast them and blah blah blah. And I can start promoting those in the videos as well, just saying, hey, the drop's coming this time, blah blah blah. Like, yeah, it's a whole new world for me. Because you gotta think as well, these videos live on YouTube forever until like I don't want them to, you know. This is fun though. These shapes, I'm slowly getting somewhere. Gives me very what's the word? Llama, Cusco, Isma, Emperor's New Groove. Vitor. I just purchased your course and I'm loving the classes. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, well, I'll be playing around with it more as I go, Vitor. But yeah, it's literally just like an autofill plugin with a bunch of different settings that you can play with. Links in the description. Oh, Zay, that's cool. That's cool. That's what because I thought all this stuff is like a game. Everything's a game, so I was like, yeah, how do we have fun with it? Make videos that I'd want to watch. And also stack the deck in my favor somehow with the algorithm and that kind of thing. So it's like a nice balance between the two. I'm not just posting into the void. which I think is a good recipe to not burning out as well, because I just see all these creators, like a lot of them, they're just like burn out after a certain number of years or whatever. Sustainability is the name of the game. What do I want to do to make it fun, keep it fun and lucrative at the same time, and sort of from a business side? So yeah, no, fun stuff. Gabriel Suarez. Yes, Daniel, one of my favorites. He's an inspiration for sure. Let's do something crazy. Let's merge it all down into one layer. And let's just use this lasso tool to start adding some local values. Yeah, Gabriel Suarez is freaking awesome. Love his stuff. But yeah, like I my angle with it is I want it to be like hand sculpted. I'm not going to cut myself off to any sort of like opportunities or anything like that, but I really like the idea of like hand sculpted, but then you doing casts of the hand sculpts, right? But the original sculpture is done by hand. There's something about that. It's like I love the feel of, or the look of, actually, this artist right here. Let's go to Instagram. Home. Where do I go? Where do I go? Saved. How far down's it gonna be? This. Vicky Souls. Absolutely beautiful work. I love this stuff. And you don't see much of this stuff. Or at least I don't. So this is a kind of deal. This is what I'll be aiming for. Like, it's just, there's nothing like it. Just have it, like, holding it in your hand. So highly recommend. Go check them out. Mixter, you absolute legend. No, I really appreciate you. Hope you've been doing well. Dylan, good to have you. Ismail Melamaban. No idea what that is. My apologies. Wrong lever, Kronk. I actually watched what was it? The Incredibles 2. I never actually saw The Incredibles 2. I just wanted to get some reference for like shape and that kind of stuff, and I just threw it on in the background. Made me laugh out loud a few times. It's like a very decent movie. Like, not like I just should be surprised. It's bloody The Incredibles, but just some of the writing in it. Very, very good. Sebastian, welcome. Good to have you. First time. Great to have you, newcomer. Do I have a schedule for these? This time every week. That's the schedule at the moment. Very simple. Now I can feel myself getting finicky with these shapes. Which is what I don't want to do. Just playing around with different eye shapes. Right, he looks fucking wide right there, so let's maybe not do that. But I don't want to be too tame with it though. Maybe the iris has to be a bit smaller. All right, let's get this hair. Like, what is his hair gonna be? Like a mop. Well, there we go. Almost reminds me somewhat of Oasis. What's his face? Liam or Noel? Gallagher? Ah, because we're on delete, that's why. Toki, good to have ya. My weekend is over. My week has started. It's Monday for me. But no, my weekend was good. My weekend was good. Oh, yeah, Lowish as well. Where's Lowish? Saved image? Oh, in my video. Yeah, in my video, I use Lowish as a reference as well. Electric Eclectic. What's an art fight? Sounds exciting. Flippy Fee. Ah, it's going well. It's going well. Trumpet Cat, welcome. Ren, if you want to get into Blender, again, it depends on what you want to do in Blender. There's a bunch of resources on YouTube. There's some, I'm sure there's a bunch of good courses. I haven't taken any myself. I've just gone the hard way. I'm thinking of making one myself. Sort of like sculpting for 2D artists. Something along those lines, maybe. Could be kind of cool. Hopefully it'll be helpful. Yeah, Blender Guru is good. Synopsis predicted. Hello, Benjamin Franklin. I've got no idea. Probably not from Sunset Overdrive. Two teams. In the two teams, we attack each other by drawing artwork. The more art you do, the more effort you put, the more points. Interesting. What's the judging? I mean, I could say this is art. Ooh, like that. Does that count? Is it based on volume or quality or story, or does it have different? Are there different judging criteria? Sounds fun. Let's give him I love doing this to noses sometimes. Just giving them a little bit of maybe not. Ah, well, there's a half body, full body. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Ray Black, welcome. I do like doing that to noses. I think the nose should come out even more, maybe. No, now it looks like bloody Pinocchio. Alright, we're spending way too much time on this. I'll tell you what. So let's get cracking. Let's just go shape, shape, shape. Shape it up. Throw some colour on here. And then I don't know what. I've got no plan for this stream. We did have that other bit of reference that I did like. These two here. Which we can just, yeah, it can just be a study day. Nothing crazy. Axel, welcome. Alright, let's do a flip. Let's do a complete flip to see if anything's looking super off. No. Alright, let's throw some colour on him. I like these colours that he's got going on here, so we can just start playing really. So this whole section might be... Ah, we're on delete, that's why. Maybe make an overlay. So he's got his mustard pants. And he's got this leg thing. We can add in some color variation here and there as well. Okay, now we got the skin. Yeah, I do want to do a bit of sculpting this stream as well. That's on the to-dos, which will be fun. Axel, welcome. Pinocchio was a schnoz master. Ah, he could be. Kai could be about to hit the moonwalk. Don't mind that. Axel, it can be purchased with PayPal. Yeah, we figured it out. France has figured it out. So now we've got PayPal for the filthy plugin. Links in the description. But yeah, it's PayPal. Ay. Now I don't know. Oh no. Where's the music gone? Hold on. Let's go stream. Hashtag stream. So it's just going to be more generic stream sort of music. I tried to figure out how to share my Spotify playlist, but I couldn't find it on desktop. I'll have to do some more digging with that, so you guys can actually put on what I would get a feel for what my actual tastes are, instead of the royalty-free stuff. All right, so we got some opportunities here. We've got let's knock down the hue shifts. So we've got the opportunity to add some volume, right? If we just do like a top-down lighting sort of setup, we can start to think, okay, what's going to be hit by light? What's going to be hit by shadow, you know? I do want to fix this face up a little bit though. Just a little, probably too much. A little bit of color variation in there. With the ear, let's knock the... It looks a little bit sickly at the moment, so maybe add that in there a little bit. Even with the hand here, other hand here. His hand looks huge. He's got like a growth on his hand, so we got to fix that. All right, so we can come here. Let's go back to chat so I can see what's going on. Kai, where do you go to find my art? Instagram. The website, beneblin.com as well. Gojira. Good to have you. I'm not getting finicky with this figure. I'm just going. I appreciate you, Dudlin. I'm like a mirror. Oh man, that's dangerous. Oh, I appreciate it, Art of Ant. Means a lot. No, I'm glad you liked it. It was more of a relief just to get it done, you know. Get it out there. However it performs, it's going to perform how it performs. But it's there. It's in my library. On to the next. I'm not looking at any of the numbers for a good couple of weeks. Okay, probably there would be like a gap there. Got this. He's looking like a jolly fellow. There would be shadow here. There would be shadow here probably. On his eye. Shadow on under his nose, coming onto this top of the lip. If we do his ear, there'll be shadow in his ear. Add in some of these darker thingamabobs. Bam, bam, bam. All right, let's start thinking about light. I like getting the face feeling close to where I want it, you know. It almost gives me very like vague, like kind of not. Any of you played Jack and Daxter? This gives me that kind of vibes. That was my favorite game growing up. One of my absolute favorites. It's kind of like that first glimpse of a little bit of open world. I was like, oh, frick, this is... And I sunk so many hours into that game. I've been doing well. Very busy, but that's fine. So is everyone else. There's nothing unique about that. Just sort of keeping it moving, thinking about content, thinking about the business, which is fun. I love it. Yeah, he's getting there. Just like a quick little character. Some days I just like tweaking on stuff, like just not tweaking on stuff. Wrong choice of words. Tweaking like bits and pieces. You know, you're not taking it too seriously, just playing, just exploring, not putting any stock into like, oh, is this going to turn out good or bad or what? It's just like, it turns out how it turns out. Which it does help if I come in with a bit of a goal. Art of Ant. I've written some notes down for the next video. So I was thinking, I have written some very high level stuff, just like little thoughts. Jack and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank goes together like yeah, buddy. What's stuff that goes together well? Maybe he's got more of this thing going on, so it's a little bit more. So he's kind of like up. So he's got a. I've been thinking a little bit more about animation as well. Very high level thoughts, but even being more like animated with my characters. So like, just little things. Like, if he's on his way up, like this guy here, he's pretty static, right? I can imagine him just like holding that pose, or just doing it kind of like slowly. If this guy was in motion, maybe his hair, like as his head goes up and he's on his way back down, a bit of his hair sort of stays up. Just little things like that, I think, can add some visual interest to sound fancy schmancy. Ren, yeah, that'd be fantastic. Daniel, don't tell anyone. All right, so this can get really complicated really quickly with all this clothing and stuff, but I'm trying to break it down. If I were to imagine, one thing I did get recently, check this out. Hold on. Give me un momento. This thing. Now, I'm not going to shine it into the camera, but I'm using it for, let's not shine it into my bloody eyes either. Oh, where? Can you see that? No. Like a laser leveler sort of thing. So I'm using that to get the sculpts all nice and level. It's been super helpful. Got it yesterday. And it's actually a really interesting way to show like the wireframe over certain objects as well. So it could be a pretty useful tool from an explanation standpoint as well. Back to full screen. Musician. Good question. Who would I choose to illustrate? If I wanted to do likeness. Who I've been listening to recently? I don't know. I really don't know. Let's just choose. Let's pick one. Actually, I've been listening to a lot of Foo Fighters recently. I've been learning them on the drums. So maybe Dave Grohl. Probably Dave Grohl. That'd be a fun one. I've actually been listening to a few of his podcasts as well. He seems like a chilled dude. He doesn't take himself too seriously. Like he just seems like someone you'd want to like hang out with. Like you'd be happy to hang out with him. Nabbits the Ghost, welcome. I have not heard of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. I'm sorry, I have not. What a tongue twister. Say that 10 times fast. Okay, let's think here. I might even draw some wireframes around, just for my clarity of what's actually going on here. Because her pose is pretty simple. Like you could quite easily see like the forms. This one's a little bit more complex. Oh, they're from Australia. Oh, I have to check them out. They older, newer? I wonder. Nah, bits. I'm doing well. Doing well, my friend. How you doing? What was I doing? Wireframes. Okay. So let's think. We've got this arm sort of coming towards us a little bit. So I want to keep in mind that. This one's kind of straight, like if we're thinking in cylinder. Like it's not super in perspective, like if it's not like as if the cylinder was coming back that way. So we can just do that. Then this leg might be coming out a little bit this way. And then coming down. So I think this foot I'm giving myself art direction notes. Could come there. Right, and then this, so the hips, like here somewhere. Legs coming back that way. And I think this leg could even come down further. That feels a little better. A little better. Now I've got to think about the torso. Right, the head, this is pretty self-explanatory. You've got that kind of wireframe of the hair. And this is why I think it's worth maybe making a course of some sort, or like adding 3D and specifically sculpting, whether it's in ZBrush. No, actually, I don't have ZBrush, so don't expect that. But like Blender, physical sculpting, that kind of stuff, because this all helps me out so much. I even mentioned it in the video with the line work. all these wireframes. It does look messy, but it's kind of what I'm thinking about. So I'm trying to visualize to you guys what, and to myself, because I'll get lost sometimes, what I'm thinking about. Daniel, do you happen to be Australian? Ah, no, but it's glad to hear it. Lots of practice, Kai. Lots and lots of practice. You'll be able to do that. No worries at all. Yeah, I want to get some more people on this stream as well. Get some of my mates hopping on, having chats. Nina? He, welcome. Oh, Daniel. That is not unfortunate. You are what you are, my friend. Oh, Travis, you legend to all your artsy friends. That's cool. I appreciate it, Travis. Oh, it's just because you said Mad Lad and you... Is Mad Lad like English? I don't know, maybe. Maybe that's more English. All right, let's think about this. Even this thing here. This wrap. That's going to have volume. And that's going to have volume there. So, oh, freaking shit. Tits. Every single time. On the wrong layer. Alright. Whatever. You get the idea. There's some volume there. So let's utilize the multiply layer. To add some volume. Kate, wow, welcome. Something about these grey skies. Yep, no, I agree. I agree. Yeah, my mum's from England. From London. Maybe we can even brighten it up. This is what I sometimes like to do. I like to either use curves or levels. So let's just do levels here. Let's make it a little bit light, like the values just a tad lighter. So we've got some room to play with. If that makes sense. Probably doesn't. It might do, I don't know. I'm just talking. Right, and then we can add a bit of the saturation back maybe. So if we come here, human saturation, a bit of that saturation back, but the values, I don't know, I'm really just playing here, guys. There's no rhyme or reason to a lot of this stuff. Sometimes we just got to play. So now the darks aren't as dark, so like a black is like super dark. All right, so now we can start pushing these colors a little bit more. But what I might do actually, because this is one of those ones where there's gonna be a few strokes and it's gonna be like, now it's looking like a 3D object. Alright, so this on top here is going to be lit. There's going to be lit. There's going to be lit. This string's going to be lit. Alright. And one thing I do like to do sometimes, so if we imagine the light source coming down here, there might be that there, the knee, something like that maybe. Yeah, what was I going to say? What do I like doing? I was going to say something. I was going to do something. What was I going to do? Can't remember. It'll come to me. Or it won't. Who knows? Yeah. Sorry if that was loud. Add a bit of shadow. Just to ground him a little bit, you know. So it's like, all right, he's on a surface of some sort. I want to experiment with more textures as well. I'm not a very textury boy, but I'd like to be. Take some cues from like Sam Does Arts as well. He's full of texture. His work, not him as a person. Well, I don't know him as a person. He might be. Yeah, Liverpool would be good. Would be fun. I've not been to. No, I haven't been to Europe or the UK. If I wanted something that's strange but funny, look up Lamb Chops ending theme. This is a song. This is a song that doesn't end. All right, I have to check it out. Rich Bailey, wishing I had a dual monitor so I can watch this out in the corner of my eye while I do my. Yeah, Rich. I've got 3 monitors now. I've only just added the 3rd one. It's a game changer. If you happen to have an iPad, I've got no idea about your setup, so I'm going to give you some suggestions. If you happen to be a Mac person or anyone that has a Mac out there, you can actually use your iPad as a 2nd monitor. So there's that. yeah, the productivity boost you can get with a second monitor, it kind of is, it diminishes after probably like the third monitor. But the productivity boost you get, because especially if I'm editing, I've got like the edits going here, and if it was just on one screen, I'll be like moving stuff around all the time, getting files from Finder and dragging them in, dropping them in, blah 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 blah. This way I've got files on one screen, editing on another, and then maybe like reference or something on the other screen. Highly recommend as like an investment to get another monitor if you don't have one and you do any like sort of drawing work or content creation sort of stuff. It's yeah, the productivity boost, you feel it. I'm liking his vibe. This at this point, it's very like concept arty. It's very like rough, very like yeah, very rough. But I don't hate it though. It's slowly come together. Let's maybe have a look at his hands. So let's maybe use his hand as a reference and make it more like animated, like he's doing something more with it. So the thumb is in this direction, finger. Okay, so if we do the thumb in that direction, finger. Maybe let's merge it all down. Let's merge. So we got his. I really don't know what he's doing though. There's no real story here. He's just like having fun. I guess that's the story. That's one thing I'm thinking more and more about as well as story. Like why? Why am I painting this person? This was just meant to be a warm up, but we're going further. Maybe his hand's open. Now this is like the concepting stage, so way too big. Probably, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Who knows? Nubbits, I use all different ways of rendering. This is just one I'm playing with at the moment. Oh, you know what could be cool? Actually, you know those like ribbon people that do like the twirly ribbony thing? I can't remember what it's called. That could be cool. Something a bit different, you know. Getting away from the reference. So if he's holding onto the twirly ribbony thing, maybe he's in like a parade of sorts. And it can, and this gives us an opportunity to do some cool stuff like add like shadows where the ribbon's sort of crossing over his body. That's cool. Something different. See how you can just change the theme of something, not completely, but it's changed it. This is more like artsy fartsy and like, ooh, serious. And now he's like, yeah, I'm just twiddling a stick. What of it? Maybe we keep the stick separate though, like the ribbon. So maybe I keep it to. And it comes around the back and then up and around and whoop. Yeah, I don't know. Rich Bailey, best I can do is an Android phone. Yeah, Rich, yeah, highly recommend it. Fusion, welcome. Yeah, Nabbits. I would focus with rendering. It comes down to light. Without light, we see nothing. Right? Sounds like yeah, duh, no shit. But like, without light, I'll leave the ribbon till last probably. But say for example his hair, right? A good little rule of thumb that I like that I got from Steve Houston was if there's a plane change, there should be a value change. Or if there's a form change, there should be a value change. So, for example, if we go back to our wireframe here, this is almost, we can think of this as like a bowl or like half a cylinder. Let's crack open Blender. This is turning into a tangent time. We're going into a tangent. So let's say we make this one. We scale this down just a tad and go, and let's make this, let's add a modifier. No, bugger the modifier. Let's bake it in, baby. Let's come here and go, bam, 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 and then do this, and then that, and then, no, wait, what am I trying to do? What am I trying to do? I thought this was going to be a quick, hold on. My first issue is I didn't delete the default cube. So let's do that. Let's add, let's just do I guess UV sphere, same shit. I was going to try and make half a sphere, but what we can do is come here, bada bing, bada boom, bada-ta-ta. There we go. So now we got half a sphere, and we can imagine it. It's very similar to that, right? Now, if we come into render mode, I guess it's called, if this was render mode, whatever mode it's called. So let's make this a darker value. Right, so this is really what I'm thinking about, depending on where the light source is how, and what type of light source it is, mind you, as well. So if we make the light source larger, it's going to like make it more diffuse and blah, blah, blah. But if we do that, then we can see that there's like fall off. So every value change is because there is a form change, right? So if we come here, and if we, let's see if this might work. If we take that, 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 and then dissolve the edges, you'll notice that that's clear that there's like a flat part there, all right? Because that's one plane, okay? And that's where you could be running into, you could easily run into issues, or like on a face where it looks like they've got a bruise, or like the cheek doesn't look right. It's just because sometimes the shapes aren't, or like the value changes aren't describing the form. So at the simplest sense, this is what I'm thinking about for the most part. There's a lot of other little things, like every little thing, like even here, there should be like a gradient on most things, right? It's not just like a flat color. But again, that could be a stylistic choice. So it's, yeah. But yeah. So back to painting. We've got the studio lighting, the lights up the top. All right. And this is like a bowl. So we can imagine the top of this hair is going to be lighter. And it's going to transition down. Let's remove smoothing. If we wanted to render it, like really, really render it. And hair's kind of a little bit different because it's quite shiny and it's got a lot of other properties to it. But even just like the general shape of the hair, and like where the shine's gonna be and all that kind of stuff. But if we were just to like simplify this out a lot, excuse me, and even get the lasso tool just to give us some help here. Let's leave the flyaway hairs alone. Alright, so light up the top, but it's going to have a fall off. It's going to fall off darker. Let's remove this ear so we don't disturb that too much. And this takes time as well to get the correct sort of like fall off. Right, and then once you've got the understanding of okay how the forms are working, how the light's falling off, then you can start to think, okay, where's the shadows, like the real dark shadows going to be? Well, the ear might be sort of casting a little bit of a shadow. We might want to separate some of these hair clumps, you know, so we can do a bit of that, and then we can even go in a little bit further and separate these hair clumps even more, because they're going to be their own individual forms. So they might have a little bit more shadow. They might turn around in a different way than different hair clumps. But we're still thinking about that initial light source coming down from the top, you know. Different hair clumps might cast shadows on other hair clumps and da-da-da. So now you can get like really rendered. You can make it start looking really like 3D rendered kind of thing. And even with the ear, same deal. If we wanted to clean that up, the top of the ear might be hitting that light. Right, then we've got maybe that inner lip of the ear could have the indication that that's hitting the light, so the light source is going to be hitting that, but because that is true, then we've got to have a bit of shadow as well on the opposite side. Right, now it looks like a 3D object. And then this, and then it's a process of going through and slowly making it feel And you got this little, I don't even know what this little ear bump is called. You can do the same thing here. And then we can invert that and say, okay, this little ear bump is going to be casting a little bit more of a shadow in there. Right, and then we got a more rendered feeling kind of ear. You know, not the style I was going for, like I'll fix that up, but that's kind of what I'm thinking about. Hopefully that makes sense. Travis, to Ben it's experimenting and fun. To me it's an art revelation. I appreciate you, Travis. All right, guys, I am busting. Okay, probably too much information. So we'll do a quick 5-minute break. All right, whoa, 5-minute break. I'm liking this guy. I might take him further, and then I might maybe do some sculpting with her face as the base or something. I got no idea. We'll play. We'll see. All right, I will be back momentarily, or in 5 minutes. And we're back. Fusion, value grouping. When it comes to value grouping, I'm just thinking about, again, the light source, where the shadows are, where the lights are. And then where all the shadows are, group those. But I'm not even doing too much value grouping here. I should be doing probably a little bit more. Okay. Now let's assess. What have we got? Nuggets, no, that makes sense. ARG. I appreciate you popping in regardless. You have a good one. D. Great to have you. Alaska, welcome. Prashan, good to have you. Oh, sorry, Rich. My bad. Okay. Let's have a look. I should make scenes and overlays with my style. Not entirely sure what you mean. Scenes and overlays. All right, let's assess. I think we go back to shapes. Simple shapes. It's getting a bit messy. Oh, for the frame of the stream, I get you. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Estella, welcome. Yeah, Nubbits, very good idea. Yep, I've got to up the production quality of these streams, for sure. Now look at this hand. What is going on here? Tell you what. So if he's holding it, maybe it's more, you see more of the fist. What am I doing? Better. So lights and darks, lights and darks. Let's have a look. Catch you later, Marisa. Good to have you. You have a great evening. All right. Lights and darks, lights and darks. Sing it with me. So I want to get out of this kerfuffle of randomness just a little bit. So this will be catching light here. The tops of these will be catching a bit of light. Mark of Art, welcome. Do a bit of surgery. Move the arm up a little to... Hold on. Pop out the chat. To this shoulder. I'm assuming you're talking about this one, and I agree. Because his anatomy was off. Because that's where you can get stuck if you're looking at reference and then you change something, but then you keep part of it as the reference. That is a danger. Slump God, welcome. Prashan. Loved your video on lines. Found it super insightful and helpful, even for a 3D artist. That's awesome, Prashan. I'm glad to hear it. That's really cool. Even for like, as a 3D artist, you got something out of it. So I think all this stuff's intertwined. 3D, 2D, same. It's not, but it is. Oh, Mark of Art, tell me what. I tell you what, yeah. It is a luxury of digital art that you can just, yeah, swap some stuff. Why not? Primal, welcome. Now I'm going no reference with these fingers at the moment. So they're going to look a bit jank. That's alright, we can work through it. So I'm going to use my own phalanges. Let's do some more surgery quickly because I want to tilt this. Down like that, which makes more sense. And then there we go. Grouping these shapes really helps as well. Now we use darker. Darker lines. Group all these 3 fingers, why not? Yeah, this is. I've got no idea what's for the stream today, Mark. Yeah, this is the warm up that flows into the stream. I do want to do a bit of sculpting before the stream's out though, so we might wrap him up. I'm just having fun with him, playing with shapes. Let me do a bit of outline so it's not just all shapes. Okay, so his hands, his arms going back here. So we'll be covered by shadow. Alaska. No, I haven't seen Pneumonia yet. Not yet. Have you seen it? What do you reckon? His leg looks a little broken right now. That's all right. Any movies or shows I've liked recently? I haven't really watched any, to be honest. Kind of boring, I know, but nah, none really. I've been listening to podcasts mainly. I just listened to Are You Garbage with Tony Hawk. That was funny. Travis, I like that story. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, so he's like wrapped his leg. I appreciate it, Mark. This hand can change as well. Maybe It's more like that kind of thing. I don't know. Paul Dessert, thank you. And welcome. Maralegal, welcome. Welcome, Blissful. Good to have you. Hope you've been doing well. Yeah, got this kind of thing going on here. Maybe it's got all like different. The ribbon has all different colors, or I don't know. Not a clue. It needs to be more vibrant, that's for sure. So let's bump the saturation up a tad. Now, what if we do selective color? And play around with that a little bit. Shrug that back a bit. Yeah, look, we could go for a month of Sundays on this one. I reckon that we just add a bit of different stuff lighting wise and then call it a day on this guy. I like him though. I might come back to him and finish him up. So that's coming around, maybe there's a bit of shadow there. There's just a lot going on. As a silhouette, it's cool. No. Ink box. Yeah, I don't know, just playing with line. I appreciate it, Blissful, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. And I've gone quiet because I'm in the zone. Catch you later, Estella. You have a good night. Travis, no. Sleeping is great. As much as it annoys me. There we go. Now something's stuff's starting to happen. At the very least, this was just fun to just play. Sleepy. I appreciate you. Doesn't it, Travis? Yeah. That's why I lightened So I use levels to lighten everything, so then I can come back in and really knock in the darks. Yeah, look, I reckon I might crack open Blender. And maybe we try and do his head. That could be a challenge. Do like a quick bust. No, rim lights aren't going to save this one. There's not enough contrast just yet. But that's something, I reckon I'll leave him here. And we have a play. Maybe in my own time, or we sort of take him further in the stream, or maybe this is a new, oh shit, maybe this is a new character. Who knows? All right, let's Blender time. Okay, half and half. Let's imagine what this character, now I've got to get used to the shortcuts again because I haven't done too much sculpting recently. So imagine his face. Let's just go. So we want, I think it's Y. Turn off X-ray. Yep. So he's got a bit of a longer face. Let's add a neck in there. I always like to add a neck, even if I'm drawing a head. Because seldom do you just see a head by itself. And maybe we just throw in some ears for the shiz and giggles. Mark of art. I think one of them has. I think I've got a post about, like, they're going to send it to me and I've got a post about it soon. But that was just a little feature, which was awesome. And then the next one coming out is that tutorial, which is awesome. And there's going to be another one coming out, which I don't know if I can talk about, which is going to be awesome. this biatch. No, on the wire, thank you. Hello, Emma. Good to have you in here. Okay, so we got some placeholder stuff going on, which is nice. Then what I like to do is change the focal length. I don't know, maybe like 80, so it's not as distorted. And let's start pushing and pulling. So we've got his side profile, which we kind of know here. So I'm going to make a lot of this shit up. It's not going to be perfect. It might turn into a character that doesn't look anything like him. But we can only try, right? Catch you later, Nabbit. You have a good night because you're going to sleep. And I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you. Josu Zambrano, thank you so much and welcome to the stream. Emma, so I've drawn this guy this stream. Started off as a warm-up, but I'm just going to see if I can do like a bust of just like his head and his hair maybe. Or maybe his collar or something. Just want to sort of fold back some of the modeling back into the streams and into my life. But the name of the game is not getting too caught up in the details. Big simple shapes. That's what we want. Let's even. I've seen a lot of people do this. So we go object add. So they'll actually model a lot of the features first, and then they'll merge them all in, which is really handy from a speed perspective. It's not always the best way to do it, but it does get some of these shapes going pretty fast. So if I just want that, I can just be like, all right, his nose kind of comes up there. It goes there. She's got that nose bump. It's the bump of the bridge of the nose. And wow, what a schnoz. Now what we can do as well is come here, edit mode. Let's mirror. Then we can get us into some sculpting with like a decent base. If that makes sense, we might want to add an edge loop. Oh, I've missed sculpting. Oh, this feels good. All right, so we come here. It's just a matter of me remembering the bloody shortcuts and stuff, which is a pain in the tuchus. All right. That'll do for now. Now, even the ears, we could see, yeah, swapping between, is it Q? Command Q. Oh, you can't subscribe. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, weird. Oh, we can save this one for later in a playlist or something if you do want to come back to it. But glad to have you regardless. Okay, so I need some Blender legends in chat if you are here. How, if I'm in sculpt mode, dark. Joe, welcome. If I needed to change, like swap between objects quickly, what shortcut is it? It's Option Q. Never mind. I'm the Blender legend here right now. I remembered it. Okay, so you hover and you do that. Okay. All right, we're back. Okay, I think it's dangerously close to Command Q, which is quit the application though. Mark of Art, odd that he's standing on his injured leg. Yeah, that's if it is an injured leg. I don't even know if it is. He's just got different pants on. A lot of this stuff that I do, like does it look cool? Yes. If not, change it. And I'll figure out the details later. Is he standing on his injured leg? Yes. Does that make sense? No. I'll change it later. Nah, thunk guns. Definitely not. Definitely not. I just remember the shortcut and I was quite happy about it. Joe, I hope not. That's pretty sadistic. Because you can just be like flipping between things. You're like, oh shit. I just clicked the whole application. Speaking of, let's save this guy. What do we call it? I need to do it for future me. So, man, dancing, stream, 17th July 23. There we go. Very specific. All right, so we got a base, which is cool. All right, then we can swap between that and get some of the ear. He's got a little bit more of the pointy ears going on. Commotion, I'm doing well. Welcome. And thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. No, glad to finally get it out. So I'm using the move tool a lot, which is what I picked up from a lot of sculptors, that they use the move tool before they start pushing and pulling, like using other brushes. You just get stuff in place, which is pretty handy. Maybe we throw some eyes in, because one thing, Polygon is a great YouTuber. I actually got a collab coming up with him. I think I'm catching up with him tonight as well. Putting in the eyes and the eyebrows and the ears start to show the character more, because it can start to look quite odd without them. Oh, look at that. That's one sphere, but it kind of fits one eye. We've got to scale it down. This guy has two eyes. Joe. I think so. Actually, I do. Because I understand Blender, or at least for sculpting, because there's so much other shit you can do in Blender, I think it helped a lot for me to get up and running a lot faster. But I think Nomad Sculpt is good because it's just focused on sculpting, if that makes sense. But you said modeling. So I haven't done too much like modeling, because I mean, when I think of modeling, I think of this. Like you get this and then you sort of get all the points and blah, blah, blah. Whereas sculpting is, you just start pushing the pixels around. Yeah, that's the only disadvantage of Blender, is it's such a big program. You can get lost really, really easily. I use like such a small amount of what Blender can do, at least at the moment. Hopefully I can start to learn more and more and get more proficient with it. EPEC, welcome. Good morning. Primal, violating modelers. Yeah, I'm not a good modeler, that's for sure. Adobe Dimension. Oh, I've not tried Adobe Dimension. Yeah, there's a sweet spot with some of these software. It's like, yeah, and I think it depends on the type of person and the way you learn as well. Some people want full customization, and you can do like a lot, which is Blender. And it's got this pipeline with rendering and all that kind of stuff. Nomad's like a nice sweet spot if you're just into the sculpting side of things. But I mean, that's what ZBrush is for as well. I think it's just like a purely for digital sculpting. Never tried it, like I haven't tried it though. And it's one of those ones that looks very overwhelming. But I know just from experience that once you get used to it, it'll get there. Deontay, welcome. Good to have you. Do I have a specific place to learn my tutorials? So here on YouTube, I've saved, I think, all of my live streams. They're very long form though, so it's not optimal. I've got a couple of videos out on the channel. And I've got a tutorial on Gumroad in the description if you do want to check that out. I'm working on a course at the moment as well. I've also got some more written sketch notes on Instagram if you want to go check those out as well, so that could give you a start. Splashy K. Yeah, I've never used Maya. It's I just want to learn all these tools, but it's just such like, it's like, okay, how much frustration do I want to put myself through today? And oftentimes it's none. So I'm like, oh, I'll learn it another day. But when the pain of not knowing something is greater than the pain of going, like, slogging through and learning it, that's the sweet spot. Okay, what am I doing here? Let's look. So might give him a smile. I do like button smashing the app to work for me. I love that. My hack, well, it's not a hack. My way of learning, I don't like shortcuts to begin with. I don't like learning shortcuts because I've got no context for them. So I'll always try and go into the these like drop downs and find out where I can get the tool or whatever that way, and then I'll worry about optimizing my workflow later on, because at least that way I know how to get it instead of trying to remember the shortcut. That helps me a ton when learning new software. And oftentimes as software developers as well, they'll think about it's called information architecture. So things are, hopefully if it's a good piece of software, they're sort of grouped together in a logical sort of way. Sometimes they're not, and that's a pain in the ass. EPEC, yeah, of course, welcome. Great to have you. Toby, appreciate it, my friend. Thanks for popping in. Deontay, my pleasure. Thank you. It means a lot. Super. Good to have you. Yeah, we're doing some Blender work. Now, where do I want to go from here? So we've got the base head. All right, so maybe we can give him... Let's merge these two. So if we go object, I think it's Command J because I remember it. So join. And then we come into sculpt mode. And then we remesh. Now I want to think about planes and all that sort of stuff as well. Let's move the eyes forward. Emma, welcome back. And I'm Australian, so that's the accent. And how do I stream for more than 2 hours? I don't know. I work for more than 2 hours, so it's not that much different, to be perfectly honest. He looks pretty boss-eyed. So let's rotate. It's a fine line with the eyes. You tweak him just a tad and it looks like he's kind of off his rocker. Splashy K. 2D animation for 3 months, then we're on to Maya until third year. Oh, man. I appreciate it, Super. I probably will. But if I have any... Toby, currently studying animation at uni and wondering if you have any words to share about making art a full-time career. Toby, I'm going to guess that you're either in the UK or Australia because you said uni. Am I correct? Adam, welcome. I've got art a full-time career. I feel like people have heard this time and time again. I feel like I've come into this industry through the back door. I don't have any formal training. I didn't go to art school. I didn't go to animation school. I just started posting on Instagram. Australia, nice. Yeah, so I'm an Adelaide boy myself. I just started posting and sharing stuff. And a year and a half to 2 years later, here we are. So it's kind of like I don't have too much like experience working in studios or anything like that, unfortunately. So I can't really help you in that sense. But I think I don't know. I'm excited for the future of sort of like content creation and art and all that sort of stuff, because I think there's going to be a massive influx of just like art content creators, and you can start creating your own IPs and that sort of stuff. And I feel like the AI stuff is such an opportunity to start showing yourself as a part of the art, or like yourself alongside the work and how you think, and having a bunch of different skill sets and that kind of thing, because that differentiates you so much, because it's just going to be a big swath of really some pretty generic stuff, I think, that's going to be start coming through. Some of it's great, but showing more of yourself, the way you think, your personality, that kind of thing, I reckon it's a huge opportunity versus like, oh my God, it's going to take the jobs. I reckon it's going to make some more jobs adjacent to it, not necessarily using the thing, but it's going to open up a premium on being unique and showing your story through your work and how you do things and blah, blah, blah. But But yeah, I don't know if that's any help. But yeah, that's how I think about it from a career thing. I've only been doing this for since last September. It's been my full time. Well, no, since September, it's been my full time gig. So. But no, I'm very excited for the future. I'm not. Yeah, I reckon it's going to be fucking sick. Such good opportunities out there to do your own thing. But I'm just one data point. So take it with a pinch of salt. Catch you later, Emma. Have a good night. Now, how do we want to do this smile? We could just sculpt him in there. I do want to... Here's a quick hack for the eyelids. Hearing an Aussie artist on the content creation art grind is so sick. Appreciate the word. My pleasure, man. My pleasure. Hopefully it was of some help. Whoa. And we're back. Super Trooper. AI is one of those topics people get so emotional about. It's hard to have a discussion about it, but watching it grow has been both scary and amazing at the same time. Also very goofy. Yeah, it's all in context. Yeah, I think it's an opportunity personally. Not even to use this stuff. Like, I'm not really interested. I have too much fun in doing this. Understanding. And I think there's going to be a premium on people that have an understanding of this stuff as well. But that's only if you're working for someone. If you're not, you do what you want. You know, create content, make stories, share who you are. Rotate this way. So this is a quick hack for eyelids. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. Hold the phone. Let's duplicate these. All right, Super Trooper, I'm calling on you. How do I isolate and just work on one object? How do I go about doing that? Joe, Dark Hours. I'll add this. If you think an idea is silly, you absolutely need to make it. This is a time to create what speaks to you personally. Sharing that excitement with others is pretty nice too. And that comes across a lot in people's content. If you're excited about something and you want to share it with others, that's a lot more engaging content, in my opinion, than just doing something for views. You know what I mean? The question mark key with the object selected. This guy. Bloody. All right, Super Trooper. Someone just comes into stream. They're like, okay. What are we bloody doing here? All right. Let's if we dissolve the edges, cool. Then we come here, then we go F to fill. Did that fill? It filled. Okay. So then what we can do is rotate if that origin is still where I want it to be. Yep, scale it up. And now we've got eyelids. So he's got more friendly eyes. Now we've got to think about the profile view. All right, how this is gonna work. So, because that's the only kind of thing I'm working off of at the moment. Something like that. And then we can duplicate this one again. Whoa. Scale that down. So it looks, it's all in that lower lid. That lower lid can do so much for the expression. Right, we throw a smile on him, he looks like happy and like joyful. But the issue is the bottom lid. This is actually what I get caught up in with real life sculpting as well. Is there a way for me to draw? Super. Looking at you, my friend. How do I draw on the screen? I know there's a, oh, here. Never mind, Super. You can go back to doing whatever you're doing. So you see that? You see how the lower lid is kind of more forward than the upper lid? That is an issue I have all the time. What I want is that upper lid to be proud of the lower lid. So how do we do that? Good question. We can, and this is all things to think about when doing drawing as well. These are all, it like sits the eyes a little bit back into the sockets. Still not exactly where I want it, but I think it's better. Right, so just little things like that, little tweaks that you might not think of, or I didn't think of it until I realized. Yeah, see that's still, it's proud of the eye, but we don't want to get too finicky with it. We can sculpt that back in later. All right, 5-minute break because I'm busting again. Too much information again. My apologies. 5-minute break. Give me an outline. How do I, can I outline this? Damn it, Photoshop. I know I can. I just can't be bothered figuring it out. Okay. Be back momentarily. We're back. Synopsis predicted. Does Australia have honey badgers? I have no clue. We do have one famous one. He's an ex-rugby player. And he's hilarious. What's his name? I can't remember. Well, we got bloody Skrillex going. Hold on. Toby, what methods have you used over the last few years to get to this high level of work? / what exercises have you seen the most long-term improvement because of? I think it's hard to pin it down to one thing. I think it's having a goal in mind instead of being too scattershot in any one particular sort of cycle of study. It's like, okay, I want to understand stylization and how people stylize faces. Cool. All right. So I get a bunch of reference, try and break it down and really like understanding the why instead of just doing a bunch of copies. And then as soon as, actually this is one thing, as soon as I find something like a pattern, like on how people, like different artists might draw eyes or noses or something like that, and then I'll go and create a character and try and do that myself instead of just copying. And that, it's harder and it's a lot more mentally taxing, but as soon as you put it into your own context, it makes things stick a lot more. So then you've sort of come across this problem, you've found a solution to that problem, and it was your own problem. So now next time you come up against that problem in another character in another scene or whatever, you've got that sort of knowledge to refer back to instead of kind of just copying someone's final, if that makes sense. And that could be with anything. With coding, when I'm teaching myself to code, same thing. I understand the principles, and let's go create a small app that solves a problem of mine. And then that's going to have things stick a heck of a lot better than just, copying a tutorial, if that makes sense. Yeah, Dark Hours, if I was prepared, I would have that. It would be an overlay, but I'm not that prepared. That was quick and easy when I'm busting. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Or Boris, welcome from California. Super secret space gerbils. Oh, interesting. They're not allowed here. Yeah, I've never seen a gerbil. Probably because, they're not allowed here. We have like guinea pigs, I think. So they're the same sort of thing. All right. So I want to add a smile of sorts here. Biscoitino. All right. I'm going to say this. It better not be naughty. Oi chegue agora. No idea what I just said. Hopefully, it's kind. All right. So I'm just sitting here spinning this head. Let's take a look at the eyes. So maybe. Synopsis, that's cool. He's a funny guy, that. let's, so if we want the eye to be something like this. Right, something along these lines. Right, and then maybe this brow can come up like here. The nose, these nostrils need to flare out a tad. Right, and then we have that smile. So that's what I'm after. Now, super. How do I keep this like stuck to that view? Is that possible? That's probably going to be hard to tell me through chat. That'd be nice if it actually drew on. No, but it kind of wouldn't work. How do I hide this? Is it on a layer itself? At the top of you can see some options right next to the blue rectangle. Change 3D cursor to surface. 3D viewport. Okay, top of the 3D viewport. See some options. Okay. Right next to the blue rectangle. What? Oh, okay. Hello. I've got no idea how to say your name. Sorry, but welcome. And yes, the stream record will remain. So if we come here and you're saying change 3D cursor to surface. Aha. Huh. Okay, but I'll have to redraw that. Let's try this. Sick. Sick, sick, sick. Okay, dope. Nice. Alright, so then we kind of maybe want that smile to sort of come up here. Oh, this is awesome. So like there, something like that, then the teeth. Maybe around there. Oh, this is great. This is phenomenal. Alright, so we've got a bit of a base understanding. Oh, we can even do it. Can we... Can I mirror this? Sorry, say that again. Say that again. I'll just read it again. You don't have to. There's also an annotations drop down in the N panel properties. Annotations. Oh, sick. Legend. Okay, cool. This gives me more context. So I don't have to go fluffing about in the object mode and that kind of thing. I can just come in here. Nice. All right, let's use this. That's fine. Doesn't need to be mirrored. Because if I do it on one side, it's going to be mirrored to the other anyway. All right. So then we want to mess around with the ears somewhat. Like that. This is cool. I've never done this before. So now, with this knowledge that we hold, let's remesh. And let's start cutting in to make the smile. Now, this is going to look jank as hell for like quite a while. So bear with me. And this isn't the best way to do mouths, I know. But if I can get this dug in deep enough, I'm going to throw in a cylinder. To show the teeth. This looks scary at the moment. I think we might need some more subdivision levels. Ouroboros. Oh shit, yeah, it's looking weird as hell. Alright, let's add some teeth. So it's literally just going to be a cylinder. Got to think of it being in the skull. Alright. So now we've got something there. So when we... Let's do the move tool, see if that's going to help us. Oh. No. There we go. I mean, what I could do... do I want to do that? I don't know. Yeah, let's do it. Let's cut off half of his jaw. So I think the way I'm going to do it is with the lasso mask tool. Alright, and then I think there's an extract option, mask. Mask slice to new object, maybe? And does this... Ha 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 ha! Yes! There we go, that's what I wanted. Now did that fill all the holes? Yep, nice one. Now we've got a bit of freedom, and then we can join them back later. Let's come here, let's add in these nose bits. His eyes look creepy as hell right now. We'll fix him. Let's see, so I can turn the annotations on and off. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Super. Yep, the magic of 3D sculpting is that it always looks weird at the start. Yep. Nonruk MA. How would you phonetically pronounce your name? So I don't, but I've been drawing on and off for most of my life. And I'm 30 now. Ooh. A big 3-0. I'll get used to it. But yeah, been drawing on and off for most of my life. Let's go to local. Whoa. This is nasty. So let's flatten this all out. Mask. How do I get rid of the mask? Mask. Mask. Clear mask. There we go. Maybe a good remesh might help. Not as much as I'd hope. There we go. Polyak, cool. Stray Cat Matt, welcome. I've had a few newcomers today. Glad to have you. I think he needs a bottom jaw. That's what he needs. So he doesn't look as scary. No, he looks fucking terrifying right now. Alright, it's got to do with the eyes. No, we need to dig this in. Thank you, Polyak. Right, this is where we got to think about our forms here. We just don't want to be willy-nilly with it. So that should go there. Now I guarantee you I've lost a bunch of you, because this isn't the most riveting thing in the world, but I'm learning. I think if we could even just model these eyes just a bit. Where are we at? Local, that'll work. Oh, stray cat, mate, you legend. I'm really, really happy to hear that you got something out of it. Yeah, I'm actually working on a course right now. So it's going to be a proper course that won't be on Gumroad. It'll be on my own platform thingy. So I'll have like assignments and downloads and all sorts of stuff. I keep talking about dinosaurs. Yeah, I do enjoy a good dinosaur. I actually rewatched Jurassic Park the other day. The first one holds up. Yeah, I appreciate you. Excuse me. Appreciate you, Matt. Yeah, I think adding some more dinosaurs into the content. That's a great idea. Maybe start creating worlds, almost like, I don't want to rip off what's his face, James Gurney, but just have like some dinosaurs amongst humans. Harish, welcome. Good to have you. I'm doing well. How about yourself? I think these eyes are too big. So maybe we scale these bad boys down. That feels better a little bit. This is what's going on in my mind right now. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. This is the theme song for the ugly stage. Oh, please, super, go for it. They're very rough at the moment, but no, go. Adventures in Dinosaur City. I've not seen that. Also, this is a key thing that I want to think about as well, is the brow. Oftentimes I'll do it too square, and then it looks kind of like weird. So I want that kind of curve here. 90s B-movie cheese. Nice one. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. That's cool. I have to check it out. So much stuff I've got to check it out. There is no time. I would like a really clean, like a plain brush. So at the moment, there's this scrape tool, which is okay. But I would love to. It doesn't do exactly what I want it to. It does some weird things. I've played around with the settings. Still doesn't do exactly what I want it to. I just want to be able to go cut, cut, bam, bam, and just have it just like real plainer. Because that helps me out a lot, in the especially in the beginning stages. Eye socket back where it meets the nose, so that we can see the inner corner of the eye more. Let's have a look. Yep, agreed. Or we could even move the eyes out a little bit. Push the eye socket back a bit. Yeah, flatten. That doesn't do what I want it to either. Like it kind of does, but it's just not as sharp. I think that I've just got to play around with some of the settings. But it's like it doesn't... It like adds material. One that I really like in Nomad Sculpt is kind of what this is meant to do. The... whatever this is, line project. And it like cuts it. Oh no, these ones. Lasso trim. But if I do this here, it's going to crash the computer. So I've made that mistake too many times. You can check plane when using the scrape brush. Oh, talk to me, talk to me. Check plane, check plane. Under advanced settings. Oh, alright. Advanced. Brush settings. Advanced. Oh. Does that... I mean, that's not bad. Holy shit. Is that all I needed all this time? It does dig in a little bit though, but that could just be the brush size and like the sensitivity. Yes. Super. You bloody legend. Although it kind of, yeah, it takes too much away. So that's why I reckon I've got to play around with the settings, but I didn't realize there was a plane. Maybe turn off accumulate? I've got no idea. But yeah, let's go back to the... Yeah, it seems something to get used to. I don't use it that way, but I know the settings. Yeah, that's cool. Ouroboros, yeah, I reckon I will. I've been able to set up the iPad in OBS, so it's definitely on the cards. Yeah, so this is a real issue here. Super Trooper was mentioning with the... Because eyes, they've got to like wrap around, and so, I mean, as always, it's going to look jank, but it looks derpy as. But I do want to get... Yeah, way too big. Oh, it's way too big. But now they look too far apart. So it's a real balancing game with the eyes. So yeah, I think we knock this in. Because that's another thing with sculpting. It can look great in one angle, and then you turn it to another angle, and you're like, what the fuck happened there? Like, the side profile looks pretty decent. Like, it doesn't look terrible. And then you're like, it looks spaced out. That could also be an issue with the... Whoa, no thank you. Rotate on the Z with the eye placement. See, it's a lot of messing about. Just it can be pretty finicky sometimes. I've never played around with ZBrush. So I'm not strictly a Blender man either. I'm a whatever works man. So I've used Nomad Sculpt. Yeah, Ouroboros, that's right. So I think we can do one. There's so many ways we could do this. We could scale this up. Scale the eyes up so it looks a little bit more kind. But then I want to get... Well, move this one forward and down. This one back. Let's do some more sculpting. Thing is, yeah, I'm not hating the profile as much as the front. And this is a hard thing going off of like a profile view. It's like, yep, profile's looking okay. Just don't turn the camera. I think the eyes are too high as well. It'll all come together. It'll just be like, whoop, that's what was missing. That's, whoa, what did I just do? I do love the pinch brush. The pinch and crease brushes are sick. Because you can just... Actually, I might... I think... So what you can do is you just start adding some of these hard lines in, and what that can do is really help me with proportions. Alright, I started, you kind of, if you've seen the YouTube video, these are kind of like the whisper lines. These irises are way too big. So I'm just bouncing around doing whatever. Polyak. Top 3 favorite artists. No, but I've got some off the top of my head. JC Leyendecker, fantastic. Love his work. He's an old master. I love Norman Rockwell. Who else? There's a bunch. Like, I keep finding new ones on Instagram all the time. I've just said 2 old masters, so I didn't find them on Instagram. In my last stream, there was a guy called Patrick. Oh, I can't remember his name. Patrick something. I'm really liking his stuff. As of late. Who else? Yeah, who else? I just like start. Yeah, you got like Lowish, you got TB Choi, you got Jin Kim. Yeah, I don't have a top 3. It depends on my tastes that week. Artisan Alyssa. I love studying art and learning new things when watching your stream. That's awesome. It's pretty cool to know that people are working on their own stuff. We're all working on our stuff together. All right, let's actually. This could be an issue. It's too generic. Oh, actually, yeah. You know what? Let's merge these. Join. Did that work? Yep. No. So I'm going to apply. Oh, my music stopped. Continue. Thank you. Apply the modifier. Come here. Join. See, just stuff like that. I would have, without a lot of fluffing about, I would have never figured that out. See, there's a point where apologies if you can hear the dogs. As always, they go nuts. Actually, I might have a package. So, no, join them. Sculpt. Yep, so now we've got some more control over our bottom lid. And our top lid. Ah, straight cut mat. Yeah, I've got one in the works. Got one in the works. I'd love to do it. The goal is to have it for both sort of like Nomad Sculpt and Blender. Ah, Harish, appreciate ya. Glad you enjoyed it. Even squinting down, like I use that a lot for values. Even squinting down for like the shapes of the eyes with sculpting could be beneficial as well. I haven't quite figured that out if it would be yet. Now I wonder, if these are too big. No, he's got here it looks like he's got a bit of an underbite. Just want to bring that back a touch. Ugh, I wish the front didn't look like that. The side's looking okay. The front looks like shit. It'll get there though. It'll get there. Whoa. Oh jeez. That one there, that one there. Okay. This looks cursed. We'll fix it. That's a beautiful mustache. Travis, yeah, Nomad is great. It's really, really cool. Jacob there's no manga off the top of my head that I am into recently. Back in the day, I was into Initial D. Which was fun. I really enjoyed that. Ugh. His eyes. It's the eyes that's the issue. Alright, so let's, yeah. Everything else, I mean, it's not looking good, but it's... Yeah, I think the teeth are way too far forward as well, so we come here and we'll knock them back. CGI. I'm well. How you doing? Not for a while. Not for a while yet. This looks creepy as hell. Let's assess. It's just oh, I don't know, it's all over the place. We have entered, well, we've been in the ugly stage for a while now. Let's see if we can't. Now, I'm not entirely sure why this isn't symmetrical, so I might have to re-symmetrize some stuff. Eyes are a little bit too sunken in, I think. Flattens the cheeks right on it. It also pinches the... Yeah, definitely. Just gonna keep that in mind. Mizzy, welcome. Oh, thank you so much. That means a lot. Thanks for popping past. Outside of the eyebrows might be a bit too high. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's all over the place. But we will get there. I'm not sure if this is the model that's out of whack. Yeah, it definitely is. Okay, so we go edit mode there. Then we go mesh, symmetrize. Did that do it? No, we want one of these. That's the one. Thank you. Trying to look at it from all different angles. That reminds you of Ratatouille. Better. Not perfect, but better. This is where reference would come in handy. But I'm just a tad too lazy right now. Better. Less creepy. Until I change something and make it look more creepy. Nah, don't at the moment, Super. Don't have a mirror around. That's a very good idea, though. Now his teeth are a little bit too far back now. So that should be there. This should actually be down like that because the mouth is open. it's not a perfect disc. So we need to do isolate. Do we do the full? Yeah, let's do it. We've come too far. And then we can duplicate it on top. So we get 2 for 1. So let's undo what we just did. Might make it easier. Delete faces. Delete faces. Then what I want to do, we get half of that. So let's say what, come to a, oh, this view is tricky. There we go, something like that. Let's say what, like those ones. Is that right? One more. Delete faces. Then we can mirror something like that. I don't know. That's more jawry, I guess. And then we can use a modifier, a solidify modifier, and do something like that. So then we've got bottom teeth. And then we can adjust it from there. Yep, way too small. That's all right. And then what I sometimes like to do with teeth is have them sort of curve in just a tad. Oh, it looks like Klaus. Oh yeah, it does too, doesn't it? Catch that at Polyak. Oh, no. Scale. There we go. Just gives me a little bit more of an interesting jaw, and the jaw is now too thin. So it's long enough, but let's widen it out. No, not sculpt mode, edit mode. See, it's finicky sometimes. It's not all just bloody fun and games. Although this is fun for me. Not fantastic streaming content, but that's okay. No. Yeah. Better-ish. Let's get rid of this one. I think, yeah, we can go out wider just a bit more. I'm getting way too caught up with this, but that's fine. Now it looks like a grandpa because he's lost his upper teeth. So we duplicate. We rotate. Where's my duplicate? Thank you. Then we rotate by 90. No, 180, wasn't it? 180. There's some weird stuff going on. There's like a... So we need to get rid of that scoop. Not perfect, but that'll do. And then we need to rotate them back down. Now we need to adjust the mouth and all the face to the teeth now. Mighty Minor. Yeah, I know. I do stream for quite a while, but I'm just working at the moment. I've just got the camera on and doing my thing, you know. Doom Guy, welcome. Yeah, slowly getting there, super. Slowly getting there. We need to show more of these teeth. I think the teeth might even need to be... Yeah, it's just a game of small tweaks. Doom guy. I actually listened to a podcast yesterday with one of the first developers of Doom. Very, very interesting. It's, yeah, Tim Ferriss's most recent podcast. All right. Looking better. Maybe blocking some of the hair. Bunch of UV spheres. It's looking weird at the moment. UV sphere. Ouroboros. I know. We're in trouble. No, 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 no. I need mirror. I need symmetry. Why does that not go on by default? Ay, ay, ay. Look at this guy, bloody party in the front and the back. Clummy. I painted this guy earlier and now I'm attempting to do a quick sculpt of the character, which is turning out weird. But sculpts often do. They start off really weird. Oh, what am I doing? This is what you would call terrible. Sacre bleu. You turn him into Bugs Bunny. I mean, come on. Yeah, very complicated because it's not looking good. Yeah, it needs a lot of love, Super. And I don't know if I'm willing to give it the love it needs. Let's connect the neck. Catch you later, Stray Cat Matt. Appreciate you popping in. Oh, Super, don't do it to me. Oh, I've already trained today. But you might be correct. What do we think? We go edit. Way too big. Catch you later, Clemmy. Thanks for popping in. Oh, now it looks like a grandma. Alice, yep, still here. Probably not for much longer. Good to have you. How you been? Yeah, this final part isn't very productive, unfortunately. It's looking pretty crazy. This is going to do my head in, I reckon. I'll figure it out, though. Yeah, good call. Ouroboros. Good call. Yeah, let's see if we can do this with planes. Yeah, no, good call. Good call. No, he's looking too Johnny Bravo. I think maybe I fill in the eyes and start again. So get rid of the spheres. Whoa. No. Get rid of the spheres. Fill in the eyes. So it's interesting because we kind of do these little tweaks with painting, right? And drawing. And any little tweak that we do can have like a huge impact on like the way the final result ends up. Like if this jaw is a little bit too out like that, he looks very like underbite. But if we move it back, then it sort of fits back in as a more like typical sort of jaw. And even this lip. Just changing it slightly. You can have it feel more like, some people have more like feline-esque kind of mouths, where they had this kind of like dip going like that. Some people don't. So it's like, yeah, really finding that balance. Howard Ice. Welcome. The stream is wrapping up, coming to an end soon. Unfortunately. Nah. Well, I think this was a fail. At least this session so far. The sculpting session. The drawing turned out okay. But that's fine. That's what it's all about. Super appreciate it. Almost there. There's something about the nose here. Whoa. Maybe. Bring some form of eyelash in could help it. Way too. So what if we scale them? Zaylee Arts. Unfortunately, the stream's going to be over pretty soon. But I appreciate you popping in anyway. It's tricky bringing the more stylized eyes into 3D, if you know what I mean. Whoa, nose way too big. Dahlia, welcome. Yeah, nah, super. I'm not gonna give up on the hair. Definitely not. But I think I have to give up on this stream in about 5 minutes. No, I want to get rid of the mask, not minimize. Clear mask. There we go. Sadly, us. I appreciate you. No, I definitely do not know anything. I'm just curious about a lot of things. You notice the less comfortable I am with something, the quieter I get. Yeah, sorry, this last bit of the stream has been pretty uneventful. But it happens, you know? How would I see? Okay, so we got material here. Okay. Let's say if I wanted to make that material like whiter. That would only show up there, wouldn't it? How do I see a version of that in here? For example, I want to make just these eyes. I want to add that material. I want to assign it to them. So it's going to assign it to them there, which is fine. But if I want a preview of that here, how can I see that? And that is the question. Import shading, object, attribute, texture, random, single, material. Material, when you have a viewport display of material. Viewport display. Huh. Wow. Sick. I like that. Okay. Nice. All right, that gives me something to work with. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Absolute legend, Sue. You've been such a help today. And always. Mystic Fox, welcome to using some of my line technique. Oh, fantastic. Awesome. No, I hope it was helpful. So even just having that indication of the eyes really helps. You know, like just that little bit. Because there's only so much you can do. And then maybe even if we add the teeth. Oh, this is sick, super. This is going to save me a fuck ton of time. I've been using this since 2010. It would be rude of you to not help. You just there sitting in the shadows, laughing your ass off as I struggle. No, it's been a massive help. So that's gonna, so if I'm right in saying, so this is gonna show up in a certain way in the viewport, not in the viewport, in render mode, but it'll turn up differently in viewport shading. So they're two different modes. I'm assuming that's how it works. So then if I come here, just as a test, I want this to be blue, that'll be blue here, but it'll be white there. Sick. Okay, that makes sense. Let's just have that as a material there. Yeah, that helps. That helps a lot. Mystic Fox, I want to learn characters in 3D too, but still got to get used to Blender more. Yeah, Blender's a beast. An absolute beast. But very, very, very worth giving it a shot, you know. Let's add like a hair material maybe. Just as a base. This is so helpful, super. Just knowing this. Because I don't have to go through and texture shit and fuck around. I can just... Oh. Maybe this stream's going for longer. No, probably not, to be honest. I've got to work out some stuff for dinner and whatnot. But let's just keep it grayscale, actually. Keep it grayscale. Scott Black, welcome from Scotland. Very cool. Add a plane below him in render mode to get the bounce. Like, oh yeah, you know that. I'm a fan of doing that. That's for sure. Let's do this. Hair. Swing. Whoa, no, no, not this guy. Let's keep him grayscale anyway. Just in the rendered mode. And maybe this one here. A little bit darker. And then go cycles. Yep. All right, so I can see things a lot clearer now, shapes-wise, where we can make adjustments and whatnot. But I reckon I might. Yeah. Godizuka. That is true. Lots and lots of hidden things. You're watching in 140p. Is it that bad? Oh, all right. What I'm going to do before I head off. All right. I'm going to do a 5-minute break. Oh, my Lanta. 5-minute break. I'll be back. Then I'm going to go and do some stuff with the hair for maybe another 10-15 minutes. And then that'll be the end of stream. So I'll be back momentarily. Okay. Let's go. All right, so I love using this technique for hair, which is going to be helpful in this case in particular. So we need a curve. This is going to be the big hair. How would you call it? like the big hair. What's the word for it? Like silhouette, maybe. I'll bet you do, Suva. Of course you know this trick. You're the blender, you're the real blender guru. I'm not sure. Proportion. Oh, maybe that's why. Yeah, that's why it's fucking around, because I had proportional editing on. Okay. That'll do. Now we're going to have to do another one. Add curve. Bezier. Bezier. And then we do geometry. Object. No, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. And then we go, bam. Now we've got this thing. MacBook M1 for animation. Is Mac handle rendering and other things? Yeah, I'm using a MacBook Pro right now. Like an M1 Max. Yeah, super. Yeah, characters are where I'm at as well. Ah, glad you're enjoying it, Dodizuka. Now the annoying thing is how fiddly this shit is. Tilt. Okay. Radius is, yep, that's right. Excuse me, what? Why? Okay, we got that, we got randomize, we got radius. There we go, now it wants to work. Alt S for radius, legend. Alright, now I want to subdivide so we have one in the middle. And there's something, I can't exactly remember, like the smoothing of it. Interpolation, radius, B-spline, there we go. Who would ever know to look at that? The fuck is a B-spline? But I just remember, just from force of habit. I mean, come on. Whatever. It's cool because once I get this set up, then I can just like duplicate them around. Yeah, so it actually, wow, I'm teaching you something super. Yeah, because I always found with these curves, they can get pretty janky. But that smooths the jank. Oh, that's fucking unreal. See, it's just so fiddly. That shouldn't be this fiddly. My God. Oh, all good, man. I'm not sure why this can't go smaller. It can go larger. Yep. It can't go smaller. Alt S. Scale down. And for those of you playing at home, the cool thing is we can adjust this, and that adjusts this here. Oh, that's actually nicer. Instead of guessing it. Yeah, it's at 0. Or do we do local, global? That's 0. That doesn't make sense. Because this is at 0 point whatever. What? Ay, 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 ay. Huh, okay. So maybe I get rid of that. Huh. Yeah, no, it did it. But then it doesn't like 3 points for some reason. But it can do that one. Alright, well. So fucking finicky. Huh, now it's... Oh, God. I feel like I want to start it again. Let's get the reference up. Okay. Roy, been using the Filthy plugin for game concept work. It's been amazing. I have to have Shift or Alt invert. Oh, you and me both. That's awesome, Roy. Yeah, there's an issue with shortcuts in plugins with Photoshop, which is frustrating. But as soon as we figure it out, it's going in there. XD, welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome to to your first stream. Glad to have you. Could be the Beast Blind Super. It could be. Yep. Good call. Good call. So let's do another curve. No. Add. Bezier. Yep. Okay. Okay. So we come here. Tilt. Yep. No, good call. Good call, Super. What's a path curve? So can that still do the same thing? Yeah, it looks like it. Ooh. Why, hello. Pleased to meet you. All this for his stupid bloody hair. I wish I made him bald. Oh, dude, this is game changer. No fucking around with the Bezier. Ball from Brawl Stars. Unfortunately, I don't know the reference, but that's alright. Sick. Sick, sick, sick. Look at that. We can just do the mean tilt. Just to get that going. Cool. Fuck yeah. Alright, next. Then we could get that, go into edit mode, mean tilt that way. Oh, Super's the MVP of the stream. Of this stream. Oh. Look at that. I put it there and it goes there. I put it there and it goes there. Alright, let's make another one of these. Duplicate, move it along. Now let's add some little thingamabobs. Can't do a mask on your block of hair and extrude parts to make a lock of hair, sculpt it right. Yeah, that's with sculpting it. This gives you more flexibility eventually. It's a pain to do. But really what I should do is make just a file and just append or import these strands and stuff when I'm ready to do it. let's just do some like little squigglies here. Artisan Alyssa, it was great to have you. No, look, go and enjoy Blender. Don't mind my frustrations, it's fun. It really is fantastic. I'm just trying weird stuff. But no, thanks for popping in. Add path curve, yes, my new favorite thing. Geometry. No, that's taper object. Yep. Fill caps. Varela, welcome. Shifty, sick, thank you. Well, no, what did I do? I mean, that was a fluke that it rotated how I wanted it to, but it was nice. Okay, so then we can go bada bing, bada boom. Get rid of this one. Give this boy some depth. Make him a thick boy. Yeah, maybe we just mirror this one, might be easier. Mirror. There we go. How's my wax clay statue going? Varela, yeah, going well. Going well. I'll be sharing some more of that soon. Got to get it all ready for September to start going into production. This is looking weird. Oh well. How do I flip something super? Oh, Roy. Good tip. Good tip. I'm going to try that. That's a fantastic idea. Start with a single vert. Nice, nice, nice. So then you nick off these ones. And then you start with one. And then you go bam, bam, bam. Oh, that's so helpful. Okay. Let's see if with this then. That's really helpful. Thank you, Ray. Nice. Oh, saves a ton of time. Look at that. If I didn't have my Blender gurus in here. Shouldn't be curving anymore. Oh, okay. Alright, that's fair. How come this isn't curvy now though? There's an issue. It's very not curvy. Active spline. Is that it? Hit scale. Oop. Is that what you mean? I think I called you Ray before. Sorry, Roy. Frames. Oh, one vert. See, it's still like it's not the smoothness. Wonder why. Needs handles. Okay. Do we do something here? Segments. Set handle type. Vector. Free. No, I don't know what I'm doing. Right click. Okay, I'm right clicking. Set spline type. No. Interesting. So maybe we do another experiment. So we come here, we add a path. This path is curvy. Why is this path not curvy? Doesn't even matter. How annoying. That's alright, I can still come here and do this. Yeah, there's probably a setting somewhere that I've missed. But good call on the orthographic view. Asmat, welcome. Oh, geez. All right, let's get these back aligned. Yeah, let's clip it through. Who cares? Flatline timer, welcome. Yeah, there's big issues with his. I mean, there's. Firstly, I think there needs to be, because I've messed around with the head so much, there needs to be way more of the back of his head. Particularly if his ears are going to be that big. Whoa. This really doesn't matter because we're not going to see it, but this is practice. Oh, where's the search function? It's a shortcut, isn't it? Oh, did you mention it? I found the feature. Search for flip. Sorry, I can't remember. Alright, now the ears are kind of more in proportion. Shift space. In object mode. Okay, so what is it? Shift space. No, that gives me this. So flip pattern. Oh, okay, cool. So I've selected in object mode. Be in here somewhere. So like transform, mirror. Flip pattern. That's all right. Anyway, I'll best be off very soon. That's what I said an hour ago, but actually I have to be. Oh, it needs a lot of work. He has a somewhat of a Karen haircut, so we need to fix that. Oh, it's in the edit menu. Menu search. Okay, cool. So what was it? Flip pattern. No. Select pattern. Oh, okay. I don't know. My brain's frizzled. Yeah, I think I might be. I'm on an older version. Bezier, not path. Ah, cool. Cool. Flip is mirror. Nika, awesome. Let me try that. Object, transform, no, mirror. Sick, that works. Scale. Oh, okay. Super. That's what you were talking about before. One axis to negative one, which can be messy to work with. Yeah. At the moment, it's fine. That's a future Ben problem. Maybe, yeah, we feel that. Maybe actually. What's the way to copy materials to a bunch of other objects? So if I wanted to select all of these and then I select this, what's the shortcut to, is it link materials? Is it Command L? Link material. Oh, look, I walked my way through that one. I just did the logic of link, Command L. Right click. Sick. All right, let's give him just a, put that UV sphere back in him, in the back of his head, just so he's got something. Shock me sane. Welcome. No need to be sorry. Class to pretend. So this one here is Blender. Prathav. At the moment, I'm not in the mindset to give figure drawing advice. Dynamic figures with volume. Yeah, my brain's kind of fried at the moment. I'm sorry, Prathav. I'm in Blender mode at the moment, and I'm just frizzled. So anything that I would say would just be so generic, it just wouldn't even matter. But we'll do some more figure stuff for sure. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Prathav. Thanks for understanding. Link them materials, baby. All right. That side view is not looking terrible. It's not looking great, but it's not looking like the worst thing on the planet. His front view, he looks like derpy derp derp derp. But that can always be fixed. Oh, this is just too fun. I don't want to stop, but I have to stop. do I have to stop? Yes, I do have to stop. After a couple of these flyaway hairs. There we go. Made a deal with myself. It's annoying because you spend most of the time with it not looking great. And because it takes so long for it to look great, by the time you get there, it's bloody either the middle of the night or you're just absolutely wiped. Oh god, what's going on here? Nah, let's try pass again. Bezier curves can suck it. All hail the orthographic view. So helpful. Super Trooper, good call. Diluc, D-I-L-U-C. Go check him out. Plus my 3D Photoshop so I could understand the technology. I don't suspect I ever achieved anything more than a basic level. That's an interesting way to go about it. Shock me sane. I think like it depends on what your goals are. Where should you start depending on what you want to make? If you want to do 2D art, I wouldn't touch Maya or Blender. But if you want to do 3D art, I wouldn't touch Photoshop. But if you want to do both, then touch both. Yeah, that's why I got into sculpting in the first place. Super with Blender, because it was free and it was just easy, accessible, download it and give it a shot. And it's just become this like crazy powerful, I mean, it's probably always been very powerful, but even just, I think it was 3.0 where their UI updated, it just became so much more usable than what it was. Kurt TV, Blender. Blender, yeah, exactly, Prathav. Blender.com. Production design. Oh, your production designer. Very cool. Explain to me a production designer. Mark of art, I do have to squat. We'll do squats as the final hurrah for the stream. Now he looks mohawky at the moment. Yeah, look at that. That's looking better. I mean, I don't like that view, but here it's looking cool. He does look like a bit of a cockatoo though, which is a native Australian bird. Rotate. What plans do I have? I've got to cook dinner. We'll figure out what we're having for dinner. Then, yeah, probably do some sculpting. Some physical sculpting. No bloody Bezier curves with physical sculpting, that's for sure. Link materials. Nice. Let's grab this one. Let's duplicate it. Move him. And the cool thing is, with the physical sculpting, I mean, you could always 3D print these ones, right? But I can take this, and if I wanted to, I could then go and sculpt this in clay. Because it's the same principles, and it's a lot easier to sculpt if you have like a piece of reference that you've already modeled in 3D, and then you can make tweaks, and then you've got it in front of you. I know, I love the traditional sculpting. Happy Artist 99. I'm doing good. How you doing? Great to have you. Unfortunately, we're going to be wrapping up very, very soon. But we got somewhere today. We explored. There's a bit of an eclectic kind of, well, it wasn't really. We just did this guy, but we did the 2D, we did the 3D. We threw some Bezier handles around. Then Super taught me about paths, which is a freaking godsend. We're learning, baby. Oh, DSFF, thank you. This is not this is laziness. This is not a fashion choice. Oh, I would like to sculpt the ears quickly, but no, the ears are fine. They're not, but I will do them another day. So yeah, got to fix this front view, but that 3/4 and the profile, not terrible. Yeah, his whole head needs to be like wider, I think. Yeah, so he's got more of like a temple, which feels a little bit, he's not so gaunt. There you go. All right. That'll do. Pencils down, everyone. Save, Command S. Gloves off. All right, I'll just catch up with chat. I've got to do 10 squats before we leave. Roy, yeah, that orthographic adjustment, very, very good call. Super. modeling a whole thing with curves, yeah, no thank you. Going to try Blender to make my first BRB VOD screen for my stream. Oh, Kerr TV, awesome. Good luck, my friend. Blender movement in perspective view is just, yeah, it's not the best. Oh, happy artist, that's awesome. That's so cool that the past live streams are helpful. My pleasure, Kerr TV. Good luck in Blender. Alt middle click will fix perspective movement. Just make sure you have your mouse over an object. For 2 minutes, so that would did. Close my eyes for 2 minutes. 2 hours, more like it. Oh, super. Set your camera's pivot point to wherever your mouse is over an object. Oh, get out. So if we're here, alt middle click. Hold the phone. No, that's ortho view for me. Catch you later, Roy. You have a good night. Okay, everyone. Oh, no, hold on. I need my... Yep, the squats. Keep my promises. Okay. We'll go to the 15 kilo today. Has to be with no swiping. Okay. There's some Dora the Explorer shit. Okay, let's go. Oof. Oh, hey, those knee cracks. There we go. Fantastic work today, team. Let's do no swiping. Ooh. That's nice, and then that just goes back to normal. Ooh, I like. All right. On that note, Oh, I'm wrecked. How long did we go for? I don't even know. How long have we been going for? Come on. Gee, this is a long one. Whoops. Oh, Mark, you sound like my girlfriend. Yeah, look, I do need a trim. Need to, that's why I wear the hat. So that I don't have to. But no, I really do. So, quick recap. We started this as a warm-up. So that was a fun little exploration from this piece of reference. I want to take this guy further though. I think it'll be cool. And then we sculpted. We went to 3D Town. Oh, rendered mode looks so much better. But yeah, there was some ugly. We went to Ugly Town. That's for sure. We took a stroll through the Ugly Stage Hotel. But yeah, I'm still not a fan of this front view, but that view compared to the, you can kind of tell it's the same or similar character. Not bad for a few hours playing around. For that, we're gonna need that fresh fade. That's it. But yeah, it's getting. Actually, yeah, it's getting ridiculously long. Look at that. Hasn't been this long in a long time. But I always wear hats, so no one will ever know. All right. So, that was the stream. This is the stream. This has been the stream. Thank you again, everyone, for popping past. I went silent there for a little while, getting into in the flow. Before we leave, plugs. Really quick, website, beneblin.com, in the description. Gumroad tutorial. You're going to love it. In the description. Filthy plugin. Used a lot of it today. Autofill stuff in Photoshop with selections. You can do hue shifts and all kinds of cool stuff. Links in the description. Podcast. Do you like content creation? Do you want to know behind the scenes of stuff? Then check out the Make Now Think Later podcast. Links in the description. And I think that's it. Have fun. Keep doing art and stuff. And I'll catch you next week. See ya. And it's awkward because I'm trying to exit it. It's like we said goodbye, but we're walking in the same direction. Okay. Toodaloo.